Good day and good evening, and welcome to Heavensward Relic Weapon Speedrun. The stream with me, Chaiji, when you can just call me Kai. So, first of all, we're starting a little earlier today because I have a hard cap that I have something planned at the time where we normally are supposed to end streams, and knowing me, we're going overtime, so can't do that. I have done some numbers, I've ran the numbers, I have a pretty good idea of how long this will take, and if it takes that long, then as you can see in my inventory, I'm very well prepared. So, the way this is gonna work is I have prepared every single step that you can prepare beforehand. Which means, for this relic grind, I have an A Realm Reborn relic already in hand to just give them, to skip the first step. I already have all of the items that you need to buy for poetics, or seals, or scripts, or hamburgers, or sandwiches, or donuts, and whatever. I have it all right here. So every time there is a step where they're like, oh, you have to go and gather these things, I'm like, no, I got you covered. I already have it. Just move on. Get on with your day. To save time, essentially. The key things where it's gonna take a while are the steps where there's actual duties involved. Which is, if you look in the list above, you mean we want to you farming 15k poetics in one stream? See, here's the funny thing, Rin. If you actually write out all of the things you need to do, you have just for these things, the fastest way to get them from my calculations is you'd need to do 30 runs, unsynced of course, of A1, A2, A3 and A4 in, which would take roughly 2 hours. Just to do that. And then you need all the company seals, which you'll probably get from those 120 runs if you pick up all the items and then turn them into seals. And then you still need a ludicrous amount of poetics for all the Umbrite. And then you need items for, you also need, I guess you would also get the seals for Newbite. And then you need all the materials for Crystal Sand. There's a lot of things. So basically, that's it. There's so many things that you can prepare beforehand, so we've done that. We've done that. And part of the reason is that a lot of these things, a lot of them, are basically down to random chance. If, for instance, you want to farm poetics, the fastest way to farm, 15,000 poetics, or however many it is once you've farmed these items without poetics, the fastest way is do MSQ roulette and then just spam trials hoping that there will be first timers in them. And yes, that does in fact mean that you're entirely dependent on something that is complete random chance. And as you progress through the farm, it might be more or less likely that there will be first-timers waiting in the wing to join you, as it were. Now, that said, hey Taldeman, hey Monica, hey Rin, hey Trebea, hey Saras, hey Maybara, hey Kat, hey Sally, hey Redmaster, hey Ben, and hey Steve. Hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, I also, most of these items are from me just going, well, I need to spend my poetics on something. But yeah, a lot of this is going to be menuing and then running, which is why also we're doing it as ninja, just like when we did the A Realm Reborn speedrun. Relic speedrun. Say, Shaman, hope you're doing well, and same to you, Bread Bean. Right then. Let's get to it. Let me just make sure that I have my notes. It's gonna be really hard to have everything on screen here. Oh boy. There is not space for everything, guys. What do I do? He's off. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Stainless. Hope you're doing well as well. We're doing the Ninja Heavensward Relic. You see, the sad thing there, Steve, is that it's more like the slots on the monitors, if that makes any sense. It's been a while since I did this last, so can I even remember where the characters are? I think I could have done this beforehand, and I forgot that that was an option. But we've already wasted time, guys. Are you up to the unidentified items? I have everything. Everything that you can grab beforehand, except the nodules. I have already. Quick restart! Yeah. Asahi, Sock, and Nox, hope you're doing well. Okay, then I'll put it on. So picky and mage. I don't want to see it. Enter Snoke. It's funny how they say enter Snoke. Just go in, guys. Just enter it. That'll do, right? Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. As I recall, this is the step where you just need it equipped at the end of the duty. Hey God Wars, hope you're doing well. Bam! I was using Katon because that also charges Shikuchi. Oh, I should still use Raiton when I use Caetsu because Goka does not charge Shikuchi. Good to know. The rush tech. Learning it as we go. Got Fork to jump further. That's also true. Crap. Kind of requires a lot of planning to get that magic to happen. Yeah, the dungeons are almost certainly going to be the biggest time in this whole run. So Tasha Hard. Imagine if they did that for a Dawntrail relic step. Yeah, you have to do all these old dungeons from Endwalker that didn't have a relic step attached to them because reasons. Yep. Totally. Makes sense. Oh. Eater it, hope you're doing well. And Slider, hope you're doing well as well. Or did you do this to yourself? People also asked that when I did the A Realm Reborn grind. Let's just say that the Heavensward grind is a lot easier. Like a lot easier. You would have thought I already had them? Well, see, the thing is... it's a lot of grind, and I'm not usually a glam person, so... I'll say Darth. Hope you're doing well. Bruh. Oh yeah, I do remember this. I feel like we've gone through this before. He just doesn't want to die. Come on, man. Why you gotta do me like that? What you doing, man? You good? Hey, bro. He's escaping, they said, as our hero ran right next to the guy. Oh no, I can't stop him, as it turns out. Weird that. How does that work? Let me just, Okay, for some reason I had for a second remembered it as I needed to finish the duty with the weapon equipped. I was like, oh no, I just screwed up. Like, I just waiting for the moment that I forget. Hey, Symmetricon. Hope you're doing well. Might get more glam when you have pink perfection. Yeah, the trick is, of course, that you can actually glam these weapons to also be pink. Oh, wait. Drops the thing. Bruh. Hey, Winter Magic, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we are doing the anima weapon. Or the anima quests. Why break it in pieces, guys? Just smack it. Just hit the guy. Oh. The silly spheres. Yeah, I already have it all prepared, Winter Magic. Otherwise, this stream would be very long. Like, very long. Just like with the A Realm Reborn step, I've basically prepared everything, or A Realm Reborn grind, I should say. I prepared everything beforehand that I can prepare. She stood there menacingly. That's a command to remove a buff for macros? Oh, I don't remember. Any, Bro, really? That was impressive. That guy dodged my Dokomori. Does anyone remember the remove buff macro commands? I think it's called remove aura or something like that. But don't remove auras, guys. We like the lizards. Status off. Thank you, Telma. Quite a different experience compared to the mental roulette video this week. Yeah, very much so. There is something funny about wiping to a boss in situations like that. Like, you are reminded that people are like, oh, there's no, like, the bosses are not even threatening. Then you're reminded that, well, if you give them, if you give some of the old A Realm Reborn bosses like 30 seconds, just 30 seconds to like just style on you, they can just kill you. If you just give them a chance, they'll just kill you, no problem, and no questions asked. They'll just be like, oh, good, thank you, and just delete you. And now we're here. If Aura were not in the game, what ways would it play and why would it be Lalafell? It would actually be Lalafell, and it's because they're very cute. Join the cat girl army. We need the extra brain cell. I'm sure that the lizards and cat girls have some sort of agreement about the brain cells. Oh, right. You know, it's funny how they just know which mob to put the key on, right? Isn't it amazing how they can always just know beforehand, This guy is gonna kill that mob last. So we should have that Colossus that's hemmed in by a magic field to hold the key. Yep. That's how it works. We made the brain cell open source. Open source brain cells. I love it. Open the door! Open the door! Let me in! Bam! Again? The enemies are just super fast at grabbing the key. You know, the best part is that explanation combined with the fact that, wow, you actually lived. Amazing. That the Colossus there at the end was like extremely far away when it was decided that it was the last one. So it just went like gum stretchy arms and just yoinked the key from the other guy. Hey. Shouldn't use that. It has way too much delay. I live. Hope you're doing well. Hey man, nice hat. Punch. Bruh. I didn't mean to hit the non-threatening standard. Why? Boop. At least there's no 7-hour book step this time around. It's Guy's favorite dungeon. Yeah, the game just knows. That's why it keeps giving it to me. And not again, they're amazing. They really just know their stuff here. I don't know which one I'm supposed to free. I guess both. There is something really funny about having like a speed run and then like one step is like 5+ hours instead of just having multiple steps. Pull the lever, Kronk. The other lever. Hey! I'm the poor heart. And that's true, Zaf. Ultimately, what matters is the final step. It can also be nice for the viewing experience. You can see how fast the person was previously, and things like that. Splat. Ooh, water. Nice. You can also see in the timers above that I actually did review some steps and went, that one should be split up in multiple steps. Exactly because I sort of determined that that will probably take a while. So it would be weird to have like one step be 3 vastly different things. Boink. Oh. Well, that's an awkward time to have a 2 Raijus ready. Can't use them. For a second I thought it didn't count. Because it took a bit. Dusk Vigil. Okay guys, we've reached the Heavensward dungeons. Huh? Did I remember wrong? I feel like there's supposed to be a pack that spawns there. Can he make it? Can he punch? One punch! Using the frog instead of the single target because it resolves faster. Hey Gustav, hope you're doing well. What's that cheatery looking move? That is Raiju. It's a level 90 ability. Hey, Mask. Hope you're doing well. That's a very good tip about using Doton for enemies like that. Very smart. It's like like just getting AoE auto attacks. I hadn't anticipated that the 10 dungeons step here would be one of the longer steps. But I may actually have underestimated how long it'll take. And it'll, if we finish one weapon quickly, then it'll take longer for other jobs than Ninja, I think. Like, Ninja is definitely one of the fastest at running stuff like this. Have you pre-bought all your Poetic materials? Yes, I have. Oop. Foiled by a rock. They know me. Hope you're doing well. Let me in! Oh, you lived! Impressive. But yeah, Mask, I have anything that can be bought with Poetics, I've bought beforehand. You can see my inventory looks quite interesting as a result. Oh, whoops. Me running around the enemy is like, how do I preserve this Raiju? I don't. Taito Hyosho Tiamat? Oh, that is a good point. It might just invuln if I don't. Found out at Wednesday you don't need to kill every enemy there. I can see why you wouldn't. Will you come down? Will you bless me with your presence, dragon? Today, please. I did that just because I could. And now we have to wait again. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Will you come down? Will you bless me with your presence now? Nope. A fourth one? Sure, of course. Why not? You're on a fifth one? No? Okay, now you're coming down. You know the rule of fours. Not threes, fours. Boing. Falcon! Punch! Oh, wow. Kaboom! What happens if an ice dragon eats spicy food? Good question. Now, will the dragons bless us? Or will they mayhaps hang out for, I don't know, like 2 or 3 casts? Tune in next time on Dragon AoE's Z to find out. 2. Of course, yes, a 3. Why don't you? Will you do a 4th? No, actually, you agree on 3 this time. Fantastic. Boink. Airy. Yep, basically, Gustav. We're doing the speed run of a Ninja Heavensward relic. Hey, Silver! Hope you're doing well. Gustav, you're alive! A little... Yeah, exactly, Nox. The weirdly oh yeah, it only took me 7 hours. I got help with my tome step for the ARR speedrun, so it only took 7 hours. It will not take 7 hours for someone without help. It will take more. Did you not see the stream yesterday, Sally? Did you not catch the end of it? At least that dragon comes down nice and quick. Did you know, before they changed the area, the dragons in this room were sleeping, so if you just were careful, you could dodge them altogether. Fair enough, Sally. You may enjoy watching the VOD. Weak. Bruh. Music starts. Never mind. Frog. Main stat rounding? Got the relic equipped? I do not. I equip it at the end of the duty. Exactly because otherwise it would take a lot longer. That boss just lives, apparently. I should just use your Sharanryu on it. I cast shurikens! You know, there is something peculiar about the whole thing, that to get the relic, you have to do these things where you have to go through these story moments that, you know, realistically can't happen twice, but, you know, video game logic. There's something funny about that. Yeah, we need the energy from this particular event in history. Can you just go back and do that? You're welcome to, Red Master. I've been pretty good about remembering it. The problem is that if you have enough time to tell me, then I've had enough time to just stand around. So the probability that you will be able to catch me before I make the mistake is going to be very, very low. So the offer is appreciated. I just imagine that it will just mean that you're like, oh man, we couldn't stop him, but there was nothing you could do because of stream delay. You know, normally when I run this for, like, Wondrous Tales and such, I do it as Pictomancer, because smudge. But it occurs to me that it might be smarter to just run it as Ninja. I don't know why I didn't think about this before. Blech. No, you won't. I'll stab you. And I'll kick you. Hey, man, I saw you yesterday and you look different. Younger, to say the least. Yeah. Punch! And a stab. I'm also realizing that I could use hide to give me even more ninjutsus. It just doesn't seem to, like, I seem to recover them fast enough that it doesn't really matter. Stab! A stab! I should probably use the right on at least one of them. Hey Sarah, hope you're doing well. Kaboom! Ah, 420. Boop. Yeah, a lot of those tricks there, Liv, has been like relatively small gains. But you know, it adds up, maybe. No! No! Let me out! Hey, darling. Hope you're doing well. snap. Can we have that emote? I feel like Jolt has had that for a long time. Can we have that? Or is that like a human emote? You must choose a gender for your weapon. Hey, forever. No beer we will. Oh, now we can skip. Fantastic. Congrats, your sword is a girl. Yes! Awesome! Wow! Fantastic! Yeah, you buy the things from me. Oh, you already have them. You already knew that. Okay, well, cool. Just go back then, I guess. You look very tired. Anyway, bye. Another one. Another one. Another one. What do you have now? Oh, ether oil, you say. Yeah, you're funny, you should ask. Done. Hey, Falco. No better we will. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I know, forever. It's really funny they do that in RuneScape. Oh, you want these things exactly? You know, it's a funny coincidence that I have them. What? Does it stop me automatically? Wait, what? Why can I choose tenacity? Huh? What? Hey, Bronzo! Hope you're doing well. You know what, Cat? Because it's really funny. We're absolutely gonna do that. You know, I had noted that step as probably taking longer because I was thinking of the step where you have to like painstakingly fill weapon with materia. I had noted this step as taking like 5 to 10 minutes. Only for it to be done. Because you could put parry on it back then. Still weird. Still weird. Now I have to have it equipped. Okay. Hey, mister. Hope you're doing well. Very silly that you can put stats that don't do anything on your weapon, right? Ta-da! Singing clusters were already obtainable, mister. See you, Nox. Have a nice nap. Whoops. It went so fast I forgot to split. For the start of this step, you need to have it equipped. For the ending of it, you can't have it equipped. Hey, Dragnir. Hope you're doing well. Now you have to equip the weapon again. Indeed, it used to be parry. GDQ speedrun. I feel like I'm not perfectionist enough. And I feel like I'm quite perfectionistic most of the time. I don't feel like I'm good enough at speedrunning to do something like that. And also a relic speedrun like this would be really silly for GDQ. Bruh. Can I just... No, I'm not gonna fight you guys. I'm just gonna leave. Honestly, be perfectly real with you. I'm just gonna go. No, come back! You must die! No! Pesky stairs! Why did you survive that? And why... What's with dragons and these dramatic slow entries? And then I land, but like in a cool way. And then I immediately die. Wait, no. That's not in the script. I land and just face plant on the floor. ISO says for that, let's see, really long-a-thon had a 14 MSQ speedrun for a while back. I think it was through... Oh boy. Yeah, that would take a long time. Interesting. The throwing dagger one-shot is our damage roll. Unlike wizards, dragons are always late. I land and become a cloud of pink mist. Not a fan of this damage roll thing. Can we not do that, guys? Now that's just rude. Oh yeah, I have to kill this guy 3 times. Bonk. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Bonk. You know, that is a good point, Cat. Unfortunately, I don't have the status off prepared. But that is a good point. I could probably do it. Boink. I don't know what I had expected. That they'd be close enough for that. What are the lore implications of these bosses looking exactly like Sin Eaters? That is a good question. These dungeons are so much earlier than Shadowbringers that it is perfectly possible that it is a coincidence. Possible, but not definite. Hey Odell, hope you're doing well. Which dude are you choosing for light farm? I'm gonna try A10S. I think there's something about the DPS check, quote unquote, on it being stricter. But if it can be done, it should be faster. Me here putting down dots and expecting it to do something, only for it to do actually nothing. Because the enemy has just stood there. What? I lived! Wow. I believe from when I did the my first Heavensward relic, we determined that A9S it takes longer than A10S, But as I said, it may actually require you to bring friends for it to be actually faster. So I'll have to test whether that's an actual thing. Bruh. Hey, Okja. Hope you're doing well. Tennis? Oh, a tennis. One tennis. You're too strong, man. Stop the music, Dad. The boss just puts down the jukebox to play the music and immediately dies. Alright, are you ready for... My only weakness. Wounds. Really? Ta-da! Whoops. Oh. We can do them out of order, as it turns out. Let's see, this is a step where we need to have it equipped, as I recall. Oh, hey, Cat. You want to come along for a light farm? It's Troymex and Agent Panda. Hope you're doing well. You can also come if you want, Agent Monaco. The lesson here is it's a lot faster with friends. Bring friends. Both of you to assume I have friends. Surely you have friends. You're awesome, right? Right, guys? Hobblezone is awesome. The power of friendship and violence prevails. A10S or A9S are the typical options, Agent Panda. The only difference is that the A10S is slightly shorter because no Faust. Or 10S is slightly shorter because no Faust. A9S is a little bit longer exactly because of the Faust. Nothing else. I know we need roughly 20 clears, so I'm just keeping track of the books. And yeah, as you can see, this is definitely faster with friends. It's probably faster to go through Dawntrail Strymix, because to some degree the island stuff is like sort of time-gated. It's time-gated if you want to do it in an efficient way. Get well soon, Sally. It sucks. We have a lot of sick friends recently, it sounds like. It's also so snowy today that my family is just like they're basically all stuck at home. Hey DPS, hope you're doing well. Is gear loot drop on unsynced? Yes. It just takes longer to pick it up. And this loot that we're dealing with here is mainly useful for trading in for company seals, which I don't need. And it's also a bit of a process because you have to hand in the tokens, you need specific amounts for each token type, and you have to like go multiple times because they're unique, and it's a whole thing. If you need seals for something, then go for it, but it does increase the length of this, so if you need seals, you can do it. But you have to double down, it's better time spent total. But if you don't need them, then save the time and skip. Hey Tung, hope you're doing well. The grind is actually treating me quite well. We're shockingly almost at the finish line already. Good thing I prepared another weapon so we can go twice. Yes, really. I have prepared to go twice today. Just in case it would be too fast. I specifically planned the stream early because I have a hard stop line. Like, I have something planned later today that I have to go for, so I can't, you know, go too much overtime. But simultaneously, I also recognized that I might want to have time for 2 runs. So I estimated this would take 2 hours, but in case it took more, then we have the time. And if it takes less, then I have an extra weapon ready. Over halfway. The key with alliance raids is that when you want to do them, some of them straight up require a lot of players. Like the Crystal Tower ones have specific mechanics that you cannot beat. Like, you can't beat over them with stats. You need a number of players to do them. But even if we ignore that, mechanically, alliance raids require that there are players in every alliance to enter. So you need at minimum 3 players. The recommended one is a refurbisher tongue in like older guides. I believe it's because Lame Bricks here actually has like an ad intermission that is forced if you take too long. So there is like a somewhat hard cutoff, and these, like, some of these guides may not, like, there wasn't any need to update them. Like the A9S is good enough. It takes like 10 more seconds per clear. So there's no need to change it. Exactly, Tongue. It might be better for solo players. And also, as mentioned, both work. It's just like minor optimization to do Lame Bricks instead. Whee! Oh, sorry. I'll give you a second so you can switch job. Cat over here experimenting with what job can burst the hardest for this. Picture surely. Hard to say. Hard to say. Might not even matter. Oh, Tongue is here. We're almost finished, Tonks. I'm just gonna continue with this group. Does one rainbow drip do it? Well, no. You need a bit more than that. And if you cast rainbow drip, you don't cast anything else, pretty much. That's how quick this is. You might have one more Jeezity in you, but because most everything else you'll have access to... Maybe you could go rainbow drip and like just slam all of your paintings, and then you can send Star Prism like right out the gate. I'm not sure. It is also worth mentioning that I believe Aflato's Misery is like 30 or 40% stronger than Rainbow Drip. Just, there's also other things, but you have Aflato's Misery and Essi's, like that's a pretty hefty burst just straight out the gate. If you have like 3 G-Cities, then it suddenly becomes really hard to do something. Why would you use Hammer? You don't get to do the G-City, barely. Wait. Yeah, I think we need one more. It didn't say that it was finished. I believe there's like a little bit of randomness to it, so it's like 20 or 21. What? Well, that's an interesting way to finish. Apparently we hit an HP threshold too fast. That is apparently the risk. You could hit him so hard that he immediately transitions to the next phase. And then it takes, by the way, then it takes just as long as Refurbisher. Ain't that something? We got the OG coffee maker. Bonk. Sandongs. You have to equip it. Yeah, that would be the reason that it suddenly becomes a problem. Is that you could hit that and not be able to skip it in time. Let's see if we have the oomph to just one-shot the guy. We don't. Okay, then well, I guess we'll have to do this. This was a problem when we were doing extreme farm for A Realm Reborn as well, that I had to figure out the exact combo to skip this. But meh. Now it's only once, so I don't get another try. It's do or die, as it were. It's do or waste time. Oh, well... well then. A good try, Garuda. You almost had me. Exodia, hope you're doing well. Darn it. Boink. But he's invulnerable, so we can't. We just have to wait. Dun 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 dun. Boink. Yeah. Spin the Titan. Mr. Titan, let me DPS. Bomb, 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 bomb. I like how the music speeds up like that. Ha! Boom! Oh, you also didn't get one shotted. Okay, 2 shots then. Can we go? Nope, we cannot. Again, it was like a damage roll, pretty much, I think. He's invulnerable. Ow. You really got me there. Are you still invulnerable, mister? No. I think you're dead. Your luck has run out. Man. Man. Ramu over here optimizing his survival time. You gotta respect the hustle here. It's actually impressive in a way. Did you know that Blue Mage has been able to one-shot this since, like, Heavensward? It was, however, a damage roll back then. Or rather, you needed a direct crit and a lot of setup. Hey, Bobamet! Hope you're doing well. Wow, yeah, you're almost at the nice number. Crazy. Ow. I don't know why I randomly blurped around clicking other buttons. Empty no thoughts, like, literally, how else would it make that kind of sound? Head empty lizard. At least I have a cool hat. Ow. The tail wag! Oh, whoops. I don't think it was time for this. Oh well, I think we'll be fine, guys. I have a feeling. I'm used to the extreme version. Hey Sneaks, hope you're doing well. Oh, hi! I'm detecting a huge increase in something. Embrace yourselves. I'm detecting a huge increase in rotating backflips. Oh, hi. They gonna barf on me now? Ow. High octane action. A huge increase in guards? I mean, welcome to Eorzea, am I right? Ow. Don't matter. Lightning bolt! Ow! Thunderhead? Ow. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. Blap. We did it! We beat Bismarck. Now onwards. I was wondering, do you need to have the weapon equipped for the whole thing for these? Or can you do like in the earlier stage and just switch to the relic at the end of it? Hey, my Sotis, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I started playing 14 back in September last year and your guys helped me a ton. Thanks for the videos and keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear my guides helped you a lot. That's awesome. And hope you're still enjoying the game, of course. You know what? Let me test that theory on Sophia here. Just, it's very late in the process. I could have used that information earlier, but I want to know. I need to know.
The unenlightened come. My revelations are lost.
Oh, it did count. Okay, that could have saved me some time in retrospect. Oh well. Time to pack up and try again. It'll be really helpful for the second weapon. As a mage to reset the speedrun. Yeah. Welp. Good and ow. Now you have to unequip your weapon again. And time. Whoa, that actually took a lot of durability. Oof. I had estimated an hour and a half. Actually, I had estimated 2 hours. It took an hour and a half. See how they look? Well, that looks pretty nice. Guys, daggers. Daggers. Larger than some paladin weapons. Larger than some viper weapons, and they're actually swords. Alright, let me put them here. So that they don't get lost somewhere in my inventory. Now, I will be right back. And then we basically go again. But I will be right back first. In the meantime, manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Cool, but I don't think those are daggers. Yeah, when you want to make something it's like a big cool weapon, and then, wait a minute, they have to be small. What do you do? Make them big anyway. Right. Well, basically, we just go again. One thing... Oh, wait. It wouldn't actually change much, because you have to go through the quest of going there anyway. Hey Jeff, hope you're doing well. You just missed us finishing the ninja weapon. However, the plan was to go twice. When is the guide on armory management? I sometimes mention it on streams. Just throw out the stuff you don't need. But yeah, we're going again. You see, we can probably not beat the first go, because the first go was ninja, which is about as quick as it gets. I throw them out and not... Well, I mean, you can also turn them in some way, but for the most part, the key point is don't just hoard the stuff. Which wings are those? These are EX4 Zelenia wings. Yeah, not only is our previous run with possibly the fastest job at this, Paladin may be one of the slowest jobs at this, by comparison. The thing that really hurts is you have the sprint and then the intervenes and that's it. That's a little slow. There are probably jobs that are slower than that, but a random technical issue that can come up is that Paladin needs to equip 2 weapons every time they want to use their relic for a step. Or every time they don't want to use their relic for a step. Skull is probably the slowest Heavensward relic. Yeah, that could be. Expedience is probably slower than Intervenes. I would also say Intervene is probably pretty helpful, so any job that does not have any sort of a gap close or anything may well be slower than Paladin. But the fact you have to equip 2 weapons each time, like if you're not fast at menuing, that can add up. But let's just say that compared to Ninja, this is a lot less frantic, so that's at least something. Like, it's a lot more just, well, there's a timer, there's a cooldown, you just have to run. You have to equip a shield while turning the relic in. Most of the time, you actually have to be not equipped with the weapons when you're turning them in. I don't know if you need to have both the sword and the shield equipped for each step, but I don't want to find out that the answer is yes. Because then I'd have to run a dungeon twice at this pace. And there's something that just, like, it's such a small thing that it's like, as I said, it's like, the menuing thing can add up. It's not a lot, only if you're bad at menuing. I will say on the thing Yannick said about turning in equipment in the armory chest, most of the time, the most efficient thing you can do with gear like that is just turn them into company seals. Like, those are most of your options, just covered like that. Just boom. You want some company seals? Sometimes the answer is decent. Sometimes. But that is my general advice for keeping your inventory clean, is go through all of the stuff you have and look at each item and go, do I need this item right now? If the answer is yes, boom, done. Like, the conversation's over. If the answer is no, then you continue to, will I need it in the next week? If the answer is still no, then you ask yourself, how long would it take me to replace it? If it turns out that I actually did need it. And if the answer is not that long, then most of the time, you can just get rid of it. You see, the thing is, Tung, if you take, like, genuinely, if you'd like to have a little bit of a shock and horror moment of how easy it is to get a humongous amount of company seals, consider that A4N, that's manipulator, if you do it right, you can clear that in like 30 seconds. And if you just pick up everything, if you do a multiple, if you do like 12 runs, and that's quite a lot, but that's you need 1 token for some things, you need 2 tokens for other things, you need 3 for others, and you need 4 for others. Something like that. It might even be just a multiple of 4 and I'm remembering it wrong. But for instance, if you do 4 runs then you can turn all of those tokens into equipment and trade in for company seals. Boom. And that's how I got all the new might that I have. Just as I was farming other stuff anyways. So, I guess you can turn company seals into dog bones, which you can sell. But company seals being able to turn into dog bones is not that impressive when you realize that you can get a lot of company seals very quickly if you want. But it is a way to turn your stuff into more value. So I'm not saying it's worthless. I'm just saying don't break your back over it. But duck bones is definitely an option. It's just don't get too worried. In before people have been watching this stream being like, "What? All the seals he's missing out on. What is he doing? The money. What are you doing, man?" I know, Tong. It was just more the point of it is a way to make use of the seals you happen to have, but it's more so a way to make use of the seals you have rather than a relevant farm. It was not meant as a criticism of the option. It was more to say, don't worry about seals. You will get more. Imperator! You know, it is funny. It turns out this step is the closest we get to the book step from from the first relic grind. Also true, Stony. Remember, guys, there are loot boxes you can buy with company seals. I say, Stony and Ian Master, hope you're doing well. We finished the ninja relic in an hour and a half. So now we're going again because it was too fast. When the speed run is too fast, so you have to go. Okay. I had expected more than an intervene to be necessary there. She just got splatted. Just. Never mind. Say, Raiden, hope you're doing well. That's true, Naomi. That boss probably gains a lot of their chunkiness from being frequently requiring you to AoE stuff. Hey Zoma, hope you're doing well. It went so well that you can see we're rerunning. We finished a ninja relic in an hour and a half. So now we're going again. Now that's a grind, Raiden. Finish last relic on second character. Oh, right. Talk intermission. Da 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 da. Now that's galaxy brain. Pull me forward, Toad. All right. Not you, Toad. The other Toad. Ow. Sorry. Just wanting to help. Jeez. Hey, Aurelia. Hope you're doing well. When you're going so fast, the floor can't generate fast enough. Yeah, exactly. Here he comes! He has the key! I should have killed him before moving on. Alarm! Hey Mandalorian, hope you're doing well. Nope, no ads. We don't want those. A solid Crash Bandicoot platforming section. Now that would be funny. The crossover no one expected. Final Fantasy XIV X Crash Bandicoot. The run away from the boulder section. Woo! Oh, I'm not streaming tomorrow, Raiden. And also, we have actually discussed this before. It's almost absolutely certain that the longest, like the most time-consuming, longest relic grind is almost certainly Eureka because of all the random elements. And I don't think it would be very smart to try a single sitting Eureka Relic Weapon grind. Also, hey, Mischief Squid. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, thank you so much. Isn't Boja even worse? No. It's really long, and it is but it is more deterministic. Most of the steps are steps that you can, like, be certain. The problem with Eureka weapons is that you need a certain amount of resources from bosses that spawn semi-randomly. As far as I know, anyway. There's also the part that I couldn't do a Shadowbringers speed run because I already had, like, rather I wouldn't because I've already done all of them on this character. There's also something to be said that my point of reference is probably different because I did it in Shadowbringers. The Lubrin Regine probably takes longer now. And you need, for one weapon, you need like 13 runs, I think. But as far as I know, the RNG involved in the Eureka weapons would be longer. Time to start doing them on Small Kai. Oof. Exactly, as Isa says, for the Eureka weapons, it could hypothetically be really fast, but you're relying on a lot of random chance for that to be the case. If you're doing Eureka, oh yeah, that is true, Kat. Hypothetically, if you did the necessary homework for Eureka, you would just have like nothing. Well, you'd have the artifact weapon prepared, and then just hand over resources that you've collected in anticipation. There's nothing to do. You just go and hand it all. But I feel like at that point, you're kind of cheating. Alright, Zolma. Good luck. Like, it would be more just menuing than Heavensward. If I recall correctly, and the reason why I said 13 runs of the Lupin Regine is because one step you need to do 5 times, because it gives 3 and you need 15, if I recall correctly. The other one gives 2, but you also need 15. If I recall correctly, which is how I got to 13. If you could do 2 relics at the same time and call it a day, then you could get it done with just 8. Yeah, back when I did it in Shadowbringers, I had like a weapon in every stage on the way, so that every single objective could be progressed. And the only time, like, and I made sure that that was the case until I completed every weapon for a given stage. Could unsync the Omega rate. Yeah, but you'd still need more than 3 players probably to make it fast. Why are you asking about Dutch music, Aurelia? Yeah, I am. Indeed, I am Danish. You know, really relaxing thing about running this as Paladin is that there's a lot less stress over killing the enemy in front of me, because as long as I have killed it before I pass it, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as I can keep running forward, it doesn't really matter. It's only relevant when I have an intervene in hand that maybe I could dash at them. Yeah, exactly, Raiden. It would take a long time. Or it would take no time if you're like, well, I can just prepare everything. So it feels like it's... there isn't like a nice middle ground. But yeah, to your question then, Aurelia, if we replace with Danish... I don't remember. Not off the top of my head. Not exactly music where I'm like, oh yes, that was something that my parents specifically shared with me, or something like that. Half of it's just English lyric songs. Yeah, exactly. I have mentioned before that Danes have a tendency to get really confused when, like, media on the internet translates to Danish for us. We're like, why would you do that? If you see, if I open a game and it's in Danish, I'm like, what? Why did you waste your time with that? We all basically speak English anyway. What? What's the point? Would it be faster to make a gear set with a relic and use that to switch between your best gear and back? Maybe. The reason why I don't bother is because I'd have to do that for multiple different weapons. And I'd have to make the set mid-run. And I don't want to. But it might be slightly, very slightly faster, Exodia. Yeah, I could give you an example, Aurelia. If you've ever heard of Volbeat, that's a Danish band. I hear that they're a lot more popular in America than they are in Denmark. But some of their songs straight up has, like, you know, a little bit like J-pop and such, has like English lyrics in between the Japanese. Some Volbeat songs just randomly have like some Danish interspersed and you might not even notice. Very good. Hey, FFXIV! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly. For evigt, måske for evigt. I also like the Garden's Tale. Isn't Volbeat a Pokemon? Yes! It's also a Pokemon. Thank you, Bronto. It's nice how they make it so that you have to do the Heavensward dungeons last, so that you can like see that you're nearing the end of the tunnel as you're getting closer to, you know, like the mobs start becoming higher level. There's also a random detail in this that every duty where I can use my my best equipment, like I don't have to actually wear the relic for the objective. The fact that my paladin weapon is like 20 item levels higher than my ninja weapon might matter. Stoney asks about the EU FanFest ticket stuff. I haven't done anything about it, at least not yet. I'm not sure I am not sure. Oh boy, it's waiting time, guys! 1. Well, that does leave a lot of time to think, to decide, I guess, whatever. That's something. And now it's the waiting game again. 1. 2. And 3. I meant to target that one with my dash. Oak says, should Lalas get a decrease in movement speed? No. And also, I don't think you'd want that 5% discount at a trade-off of actual combat capacity. You know, considering the ninja advantage in this, I am surprised that it almost looks like just the fact that this is the second time around might mean that I might be able to do this step just as fast. Or almost. Oh, Isa, we still do. The difference is that it's base stats. Which means that the difference is like 1 or 2 points here and there. That's the reason why it doesn't really matter anymore. There are actually points where it kinda matters. Like, sometimes the, like, 1 extra point in strength could mean that a particular job lands at a specific breakpoint. Which happens to make it like, oh, in this particular patch, Catboys are better, or something. Or Hrothgars are better, or Rögadins are better for this particular job. But it's such a minuscule difference that we're talking, it's not like 0.1% more damage, it's 0.001% more damage, or 0.0001% more damage. It's like 1 more DPS. Not a percent, it's straight up 1 more DPS. And it can matter in A Realm Reborn speedruns because, like, suddenly you're in a level range where the stats actually do make a difference. So, Stark, hope you're doing well. Nay, Gazel, hope you're doing well as well. The weapon is going so well that we decided to go an extra weapon. Just do a round 2. First Ninja, then Paladin. Where Ninja is possibly one of, if not the fastest weapon. And Paladin may be one of the slower weapons. Not the slowest, but one of the slower weapons. I should have dashed to that. Hey Sylvia, hope you're doing well. Sweaty passes will fret over that 1 damage. I mean, if you want to do the most damage, it could make the difference. But the thing is, it would only make the difference if you actually got, like, the golden run where everything goes perfectly. Otherwise, there are so many other factors that would matter more. So it doesn't even matter. Are they slower because of mobility or damage? Are the steps different? I'm pretty sure, Stark, that it is straight up for the AR speedrun, which Zav should know about, considering he's waiting to get his new world record verified. I do believe it is damage. But Zav would know if it's something else. Oh, the Heavensward Relic Weapon, sorry. My bad. The intersperse of speedrunning talk. It's because of mobility. It can also be because of damage, but it's mainly mobility related stuff. Guzzle says, what does M9S to M12S boost mean? It means a carry run. Which can, like, depending on how shady it gets, can range from... you have to play yourself, you actually have to do the mechanics right. But the team will do most of the damage, so... Like, you mostly just have to worry about doing the bare minimum, and you will get the clear. Like, it can also be, well, you're expected to do your part, but you will have a party that all knows what they're doing. But it can also be, like, when it gets more shady, and I do believe illegal, they will play for you. Don't recommend that. Remember, illegal. Black Mage still your main at the moment? When I have the choice, yes. But for Savage, I'm playing Paladin at the moment. Our raid team had a little bit of mix around, and other people wanted to be DPS, so I'm playing Paladin for Savage. But I basically default to Black Mage whenever I have the option to choose. I think it's very fun. I also, I have mentioned for my raid team just the other day that I'm like, whenever there's the DPS talks about mechanics, I'm sitting there thinking, how would Black Mage do it? Would it be hard for Black Mage to do this thing? How would I do it? Because I think it's interesting. When I say illegal, Stark, I generally mean against TOS. It's illegal as far as the game is concerned. It's not, you're not allowed, according to the TOS, to have someone else play your account for you. It's your account. You're the one playing it. So that's one infraction. The next infraction is that the RMT is also illegal. So if you have so, and it's more likely if someone is playing for you, it's a lot more likely that the payment is cash, which is, you know, also illegal, according to the TOS. So it's basically multiple stages of you're not allowed to do it. Are we too far from another ultimate, by the way? The next ultimate should be in 7.5 at some point. Nice, Sylvia. Good luck. It looks like we didn't make it. We're falling behind the ninja clear. Jose Cabal, hope you're doing well. My favorite tank throne ability. I like the Gunbreaker one. I also like the Dark Knight one. I feel like the Warrior one is really random. You just throw like a particle effect out of your axe. It's a little strange. I actually think it's a lot cooler that Paladin has like a more like actually part of their toolkit one in Holy Spirit, but that's not what you were asking. Hey, Mad Wolf. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, this funny step again. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Technically neither Dark Knight or Gunbreaker throws their ranged attacks are disqualified. Nah, I mean, it was more the throw, quote-unquote, attack. Warrior doesn't throw their weapon, they throw a particle effect. Paladin technically throws a particle effect too, but Fun fact, you can't use shield lob if you don't have a shield equipped. Did you know? You don't start off with a shieldless gladiator. That is, I believe, also true. However, you should have a shield by the time you have shield lob. Because shield lob is also something you unlock through class quests. Which means that you should at least have been given the opportunity to pick up one. How shield lob works with an invisible shield? Well, you're not throwing the actual weapon model. You're throwing a particle effect, just like Warrior is. It's just that it actually requires you to wear a shield to use. So if you have your shield invisible, it's just you're throwing an invisible shield. Which expansion did you think has the best pacing story-wise? I don't know. I don't think I'm the best person to ask. How does that work for Dragoon throwing spears? Indeed, they also throw like a particle effect that looks like a spear. It makes a lot of sense. In terms of like design and animation, because it would be a lot more awkward if they had to throw the object, because then you might actually run into the problem that the object is too big or weirdly shaped or something. What? Oh. Weird. His reflexes are slow. He can go through the story just fine. Absolutely. Generally, actually, in 14, in story duties, a lot of the time you can get extremely far by just planning ahead. Like, for instance, a big AoE pull is not about reflexes, it's about preflexes, one could say. What you actually need to do is click the cooldown in advance, so you don't take the damage to begin with. So it's not so much reflex, it's just knowing when to press what. But that's still fine. Like, you still don't have to do that. Unless you're a warrior. I mean, that's only for bloodwetting. If you're not in the level range where you have bloodwetting, then you still have to play like the other tanks. And even when you do have bloodwetting, you have to then preemptively click the cooldown as bloodwetting is ending. Just like other tanks would have to. And no, you can't get by with just bloodwetting. And if you say, yes, you can, then I can tell you that your healers will not appreciate that. I have been the healer observing the tank just using bloodwetting. But yeah, you can get really far as a warrior by just reactively pressing Bloodwedding when you need the healing. Just don't exaggerate it. So the question about best paced story. I think I would say Shadowbringers. Yeah, for you. I feel like there's several steps in that one where it's very clear that they are basically stalling a little bit. There are definitely several steps in the AR story that is like, bruh. Until you get to the elevator. See, that's also a fair point, Isometricon. Like, I would say the reason why it's not that easy for me to choose is because Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy as a whole, like just Final Fantasy games, have a commonly known problem with pacing. That's a common criticism of the franchise, also I've heard. So, like, which one was best paced is like, yeah, well, each time a Final Fantasy story goes, at some point they just like fall on their face. Soup! Stranger of Paradise has a quite interesting pacing of their story. They have... but like the point where Stranger of Paradise falls flat on its face is like a particular praise I've given Stranger of Paradise is that they are pretty good at going, well, you don't care about any of this, you're just starting, so let's just cut to the chase, just skip to the fighting, and then we can get to the nitty-gritty story later. Except the first like 30 minutes of the game, multiple times they're like, oops, long cutscene, and some of them are unskippable. Like, some part of it is unskippable. It's like, the badly paced story in Stranger of Paradise is right at the start. Like, right at the start is where they just fall flat on their face. Which makes it easier to forget. Because the moment they finally get going, they're going, and it's fine. So, yeah, basically, it's a very good question which Final Fantasy, like which story in 14 is best paced, because Final Fantasy stories are generally has some weird problems with pacing. Also that, Rythian, like, see the thing is, pacing is really hard, and I'm not saying so therefore Final Fantasy stories suck. It's just a commonly known problem with the franchise, that they have some pacing problems. Like, that's just the way it is. The lay of the land. I think the unskippable part in it, Kat, is that near the start of Stranger of Paradise, there are those steps where they're like, and then the heroes went and did the thing. And you can't skip that. It just sits there for like 15 seconds. You're like, I want to play the game! And it just sits there for no reason. And I think they do it like 2 or 3 times. And there's also the part that, yes, you can, like, when you can skip them, they still have the problem that they really lead with a lot of setup right at the start. Even if you can skip it. Yeah, I'm exaggerating what parts you can't skip, and I'm probably also exaggerating what you can skip. I'm back! Alright, now you're gonna get it. Take! Ow! Hey Legend, hope you're doing well. Legend, if you think Reaper is fun, then you are going to feel more motivated to get good at it, because you will enjoy playing Reaper. Whereas with Viper, while it is a lot easier to play, it also has its like optimization nuances that if you're playing it because it is easier, you simply won't care to learn those things. Like it's not like it's you might do them because you have to and things like that, but you will not enjoy it probably. You may find that you enjoy you may find that you end up enjoying Viper as you do learn it, but that's like a maybe, right? That's an if. It would be great if you do find out you like it, but if you like Reaper, then you will probably be more interested in putting in the time to get really good at it. And from that alone, I would say choose Reaper and get good at Reaper. And invest the time and have fun with Reaper and get really good at it. And by getting good at it, I mean, you know, invest the time. There's a lot of tricks you can learn with a job like Reaper. A lot of things, like small nuances that not everyone cares about. But if you like Reaper, then you're the kind of person that presumably will care about them, right? Exactly, as Metricon puts it, a good Reaper will be better than a bored Viper. So play Reaper if you think that sounds more fun to you. And you will learn it. It might be harder than just going straight to Viper and just going the easy way. But why? Like, why are you playing? Why are you playing? To have fun, right? So play the job that you will have fun with, right? I mentioned earlier when asked, like, asked if I was still maining Black Mage, I said yes, but because I offered to my raid team, I can play any role. Least interested in playing healer, but I can play any role. It wasn't an issue because we had like 4 players that wanted to play healer in our raid team, so and I was not interested in playing melee DPS. Again, not a problem. There was at least one person that wanted to play melee, so you know we can do double mage comp. And that was good. But if I had the choice, I would have played Black Mage. Like, if it was just me, I would play Black Mage. But it's not just me. But I only offered to play Paladin because I only offered to play Tank because I didn't mind playing Tank instead. Like, it was my second choice. And I specifically play Paladin because I like Paladin. So choose the DPS you like. So again, long story short, Reaper. Choose Reaper because that's the one you like. The trick there, Legend, is that it looks like it's like, oh, it stacks and all that, but a lot of the things in a job like Reaper is actually they're using the kind of old school buffs and mechanics of the game to try and add like some sort of specific combo system. They want the gameplay of Reaper to be you use Bloodstalk or something, and then like you have like a follow-up combo. Like it's like a team combo. You have your body, your wraith thing do an attack, and then like in the shade of that attack, you hit the enemy. That's how it's supposed to look. It doesn't work. Like that specific idea stops working if you can, you know, spam those things. It's meant to be that it works like that. That's also why when the wraith uses gluttony, like, or you use gluttony to call your wraith for longer, it's standing there doing a huge explosion, giving you a bigger window to like sneak in and attack. Like, it mechanically it's weird, but when you realize what they're going for, what they're trying to do, it makes sense. But I also remember reading that it worked like that and was like, Why do they give me a buff like this? And it never stacks. There's only one way to have more than one stack. Why? It's really weird. But when you think about it from like a thematic, the way they want you to play the job, like the style, it suddenly makes a lot more sense. But I do agree that it is really weird. And this is, by the way, this is like a classic when we talk about mechanics and lore sometimes. If someone comes in going, this doesn't make any sense. And then I go, well, actually, if you think about it, it's also possible that that's not at all what the designer had in mind. But what matters is that you can justify it for yourself so you don't think it's weird anymore. And then you can have fun. Bruh. Yeah, that was also really funny, Shaq. The story of how I ended up tanking in our raid team for this tier is that we had two individuals that both said, I don't know, I think I might want to tank. And then the first one went, actually, I don't want to tank after all. I'd rather just DPS. I feel it's safer. And then the second person did the exact same thing. Lantern and Conjure the only classes that don't have an AoE? Rogue does not have an AoE. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is, Naomi, that based on what I've heard from Shaq, that's the same sentiment. That both cases were like, actually, in hindsight, maybe it would have been fine. Which, that's how it is sometimes. So it's a little scary, and then you go, oh, actually, it might have been fine after all. And that's okay. Rogue has Death Blossom? Oh, sorry. I was thinking before they become job. But you're right. Technically, that is true. Is Doomspike a job ability? I thought it was a class ability, to be honest. Do we have some gamers that want to do some light farming? I'm just gonna invite people. Maybe they want to come. You know, a second charge of Gluttony. I chose the wrong one. This is incorrect. Just exit. Just exit. I chose the non-savage version. Sorry about that. Yeah, the funny thing is, Legend, that will probably work because Reaper has plenty of stuff for their 2-minute burst. But normally having 2 charges of something means, right, that goes in the 2-minute burst hole now. But you're right. That might very much work. That might help a ton for Reaper. The 10 is faster, Shaq. Like, marginally faster. They should give you 1.5 charges. You know, a suggestion that I've thought of a few times. Also, hey, Cryodes, hope you're doing well. It's been a bit. A suggestion I've thought of a few times is, in World of Warcraft, there's this thing called the pandemic mechanic, which is when you apply a dot, if the dot is already active. I think it was fine, Yassel. It's just if you watch and like the cutscene the first time, but no worries. The pandemic mechanic in WoW is that if you apply a dot but it's already active, then up to 30% of the previous dot will carry over in extra duration and damage to the next application. I would suggest basically like 10% maybe. Like if you use the cooldown within like 10 to 20% over time, then it will carry the cooldown over to the next timer, so that specifically it would help a lot with the viability of speed, like skill speed and spell speed, because it won't mess with cooldown timings nearly as much. Because you have like a GCD or 2 of leeway. It could also just be like 5 seconds strict. Like you have to use it, but you have a few seconds. You could take it further than that, of course, but the general idea being that it counts even if you're like just a little bit off. A second gluttony would help with Reapers and negative gauge issues. Maybe. The problem is actually one extra gluttony might actually just make up the difference that they need to fix that in like a 10-minute plus fight. So yeah, it could work. Also, by the way, Ashmine, when I'm saying pandemic, I'm using the pandemic mechanic on dots in WoW as the comparison point. I'm not saying that dots should have that mechanic in 14. I'm saying cooldowns should have that kind of mechanic in 14. So that, for instance, you can be 5 seconds late with pressing fight or flight, and it'll just go, well, you still have it, and then it starts the cooldown on 55 seconds and just lets you have that. That, of course, leads to its own can of worms of optimization. But, I mean, there is a limit to how careful we can be, right? As Symmetricon says that Dot should have that mechanic. I would say the thing is, something to take note of is that the way that Pandemic works in WoW, and just to be clear, Ashmine, WoW had the Pandemic mechanic while snapshotting still existed. The way that it works is that it just grabs the previous dot as is and just applies it to the new one. Like, as it doesn't scale with your buffs, it just takes what's left and adds to the new one. And then figures out, well, how long is that duration and how much damage is that in total, and then spreads it over the duration. So it could work. Could absolutely work. With snapshotting in mind. There's a way, but basically I'm just saying that's not what I had in mind. Check this 2 gluttony charges. Well, they're both going in the burst. As I was saying, the key benefit there is that Reaper is one of those jobs that have so much stuff to put in their burst that they don't have space for 2 gluttonies. They barely have space for 1 in their 2-minute burst. If you double and shot, does Gluttony even fall in buffs? I don't believe so. Does gauge negativity even affect anything if they got rid of 2-minute party buffs? I don't think so. Because if they got rid of 2-minute party buffs, then the only buff Reaper has is potions. Like temporary buffs. Because if they got rid of 2-minute party buffs, then Arcane Circle wouldn't exist. Or would at least not have that effect. Like, there's actually a lot of jobs that if they removed the 2-minute burst, party buffs and all that, the only reason that they would have to, like, stack anything is for their burst potions. So if you're not using that, and... like, Warrior and Dark Knight would have no reason to stack anything into a, like, in a burst window. You could just send it as you get it. It makes no difference. Unless you're using a potion. Viper, Samurai, and of course Reaper would lose their own buff, right? And Machinist, all healers, basically. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. It has been a bit. We're in the tail end of the second relic weapon in this speedrun. It went so fast that we're doing it twice. So welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Legend. Thank you so much for the support. Yay! Is Lamebricks the Source version of Van Patel? You look different. He even has the coffee maker intermission. The only difference is that he's the second turn, not the first. I can only speak for what I've heard, Mandalorian, but as far as I know, people mainly only use burst potions if it's a clear attempt. So if you're joining like a proc party that is expecting to clear, like if you're reaching Hardened Rage, then you should probably be potting. If you're in a static situation, then it's a lot easier because you talk with your static. Brute Justice and Cruise Chaser are red hot and deep blue. Bro. Let's do this together, bro. Actually, is that a thing? Is Brute Justice and Cruise Chaser together on the field in T? Oh, thank you, Legend. It's quite a lot. Thank you so much. See, I think it's 5 more? 4 or 5. And now we're behind again. How long would a Shadowbringer's relic take, says Bachelor? Hope you're doing well, by the way. Hard to say. It would take a lot longer than it did in Shadowbringers, because people are like specifically the Lupin Reginate takes a lot longer. It says, was there any rewards for Coil Savage aside from gameplay solving, puzzle solving? Maybe someone who did them knows. That is true, Naomi. Brute Justice is itself one big let's do this together, bros. As a scribe, hope you're doing well. I don't know, Bachelor. It would probably take quite a while. Because it has a lot of farms in them. Just compared to A Realm Reborn, if you have everything prepared for Shadowbringers Relic, then for the most, like a lot of the steps that requires like grinding particular things will take about a ton of time. Especially just to Lupin Reginate might take like 8+ hours, I think. And yeah, there's also random drops. The thing is, with the Shadowbringers Relic, there's way more things that are like, you could technically farm them in advance. But they're farmed like deliberately in the specific context of a particular encounter, like of a particular farm. Whereas with Heavensward, you can prepare a ton of things by just, just farming predicts. And then, oops, incidentally, you got the thing. Hey! Nice. Thank you for the help, by the way. Donk. You have to equip your weapon. Right, this is the step where the double check that I don't actually need to use the weapon mattered. So, Garuda should also be exceptionally fast. So I'm just gonna test something else for this one. Oh wait, it does say, it actually says and, so there's no point in testing that. I was thinking, do I only need the weapon maybe? What's the most exotic meat you've ever tried? I don't know. Meh. Meow! 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 Rah! 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 Meow! Rah! Something occurred to me, guys. The on-screen messages that I'm receiving from the game are still from the A10S spam. Oh, I think it's catching up. We just dissolved the party, according to the game. And now we are in. I think that's the Ifrit one, probably. Yeah, probably Ifrit. Oh, fantastic! Easy game. There may be a chance that Paladin can catch up because Ninja made the mistake of not know. I didn't know this could be done. That you could just use your best weapon. Paladin has a chance! Due to my folly. Except I think Bismarck is gonna eat all of the time saved here. We do, Legend, but normally people go to visit Light when they go into Party Finder. So it's more like a region thing you need to worry about and just hop to the correct data center for it. Where did you think I was, Legend? I'm on Louisoix Chaos. Could you make a separate set? Yes, I could. The problem is that itself would take time that I'm not willing to spend. My favorite paints. Hope you're doing well. I make sets so rarely that it would take me a little bit longer. Yeah, Legend, I'm EU. I am on EU. I am the Danish lizard guy. Lizard, 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 lizard. Mr. Raid Wide? No, that's a good one. Mr. Raid Wide. And they're like, ah, now we've got you. 2 versus 1. Hey, Cell Dragon. Hope you're doing well. Bald Lala with that name. Mr. Reed Wide. Bismarck, will you wrap it up? Come on. We have places to be. Don't forget the shades. Oh, true. Naomi says they've all actually met someone that was probably doing exactly that. That's awesome. Bismarck seizes control of the clouds! What did you do with it? He summons bubbles! Are you afraid? Are you scared? Ow. Now he casts Thunder. Oh, you saw a screenshot. Sorry. Ow. Run! Come on! Ooh. Slightly singed lizard, yeah. Bismarck uses Pot of Greed, which allows him to draw 2 cards from his deck. Guys, what is it like when you pull back the curtain? There's also the part legend that that particular chaotic raid does not allow you to unsync in any fashion. And also, the gear is outdated. It's better to just buy a crafted gear set. I actually have a gearing guide that is still up to date. You just have to take note that the item levels are higher. But the general idea is the same. You just, like, replace the previous tier's crafted gear with this tier's crafted gear, and so on.
The unenlightened come. My revelations are lost.
Unfortunately, the race is lost for Paladin, because it'll take a whole minute to do this fight. Ugh. If I gear higher, would it make that particular chaotic easier? No. Chaotic has a tight item level sync. You can't. It's basically like an ultimate in that regard. That they you will have marginally better stats than when it was current at best. Are the Dawntrail Relic Weapons as grindy as ARR and anime ones? No. Each step has to be done once, exactly once, And then for each weapon, you need 1,500 tombstones. That's it. So you only have to do the grindy part once, and then like you do like dailies twice, and then you're good.
Good and evil research is made fate.
It actually took exactly 1 minute. And time. Nice. Yeah, the main part where Ninja won time was in the 10 dungeons at the start. And then I think it won a little bit of time in the 3 dungeons later. Like, it was genuinely the only thing it came down to. The whole thing was Ninja moves faster. Ninja moves slightly faster. That's it. It's the Lalas of Doom. But you can also see it in the time. The nodule at the start, I actually mostly saved time because I knew to press buttons a little bit fast. I knew where to run, like where to go exactly, so I wasn't confused. And then we lost like 2.5 minutes essentially on the 10 dungeons, and that was just Ninja runs faster. And then the step after that, we saved like 3 seconds, which basically means like it's the same, right? It's basically the same. And then handing in the oil is also like no time. It's just press buttons fast. And the hand in of the sand is kind of the same, which is like I just knew to press the buttons faster. I didn't get confused that I could only hand in half at a time. So I saved like 30 seconds. And then we got slowed down again a little bit. Not sure why. I think I just like menued stupidly. And then the 3 dungeons slowed us down by a minute again. And then we saved a little bit of time on the light farm just because we were like better prepared, slightly faster. It saved seconds. And then like the next step was, you know, I just press go twice because it turns out the Numite step you can do before the light farm. And then because I knew that I could just use my actual weapon for the trials at the end and then just switch around, the fight was faster. I didn't have to sit through the Ifrit intermission. For instance, everything was faster. But that's it. Like, it's essentially the only reason why Paladin even had a chance was because Ninja was the first one. Silva says, I just had a Seed of Sacrifice run where the Dark Knight used Tangleblade 3 a bit too early, but somehow myself, Black Mage, a Scholar, and the Samurai survived. Oh, well then you still get to the next phase. Liv says Rapid and Steel DLC out. Oh, nice. Sweet. I have, again, like I'm just saying, I had planned the stream to start at 3 because I anticipated that each run would take 2 hours. Not quite what actually happened. To just review my notes here, for the curious, the first step I have noted as being trivial. It takes like a minute and a half. It's just run, click. The second step, I had anticipated to take 30 minutes. It actually took 42 minutes. So that one was underestimated. The third step I had anticipated to be trivial. It took 2 minutes. The fourth step I anticipated to be trivial. It took 30 seconds. The 5th step, I'd anticipate to take maybe 5 to 10 minutes, because I'd assumed there was more like menuing in it. Took like 3 minutes. The 6th step, I anticipated was trivial, took like 1.5 minutes. And then the light farming step I had anticipated would take 40 to 45 minutes. But the whole thing took closer to 30 minutes. Closer to, like 28 minutes or so. And then the final step I had also anticipated would take 20 to 30 minutes. Took 13 minutes. So 1 step I had underestimated by about 15 minutes, and 2 steps, actually 3 steps I had each underestimated by like 10 to 15 minutes each, which then adds up to, yeah, 30 minutes earlier than expected. Now I have one more thing that I might try, but before we do that, I will be right back. In the meantime, manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. So, the thing that I had in mind to do, the last thing we're missing, is I have never actually done the first step of a Heavensward relic. Because I have had the A Realm Reborn relics to hand in. And the lawyer says, I know nothing about relics. Was there any prep before the run? Yes. Actually, let me explain that. So, several of the steps that basically took 1 to 2 minutes, Mandalori, was because I had the item beforehand. Because I just farmed it. Like I just farmed the resources. Many of the steps require items that just cost either poetics, scripts as an option, you can also get it other ways, or company seals. There are other ways, but like those are the ones. For instance, these 4 items you can just buy from your Grand Company for seals. This you can buy for Grand Company seals. This you buy for poetics. This you get from a daily and a weekly quest and from poetics. This you get for poetics only. This you get for poetics only. And this you can get for scripts and other things, but you can only buy these once you've reached a certain step. And as you can see, I have a lot of them. I believe the amount of poetics you need if you buy everything that you can buy with poetics is like 20,000 poetics. So there's a lot to collect beforehand. The reason why I just prepared all this is because, first of all, the poetic grind is not very interesting to watch. And it's random. The fastest way, as far as I know, to grind poetics is, like, do your MSQ roulette, and then just spam, like, a Realm Reborn trials, hoping that there will be a first timer that gives, like, an extra 80 poetics for 3 minutes of work or less. And it's just chance. But if you just grind it gradually, it's a lot less tedious. And it wouldn't be an interesting addition. It's basically like me going, yeah, that step took 1 minute, but you can see here that I have the work to show for it. Like, basically off stream, I did that grind. It'll take insert random amount of time here. Yeah, something like that, Mandalorian. Like, Heavensward relics especially are a really good way to, like, just dump your poetics on something without just wasting them. Hit the dungeon daily cap? No, you can't do that, Genshin. The dungeon daily cap is only for, like, dungeons. Trials don't count. It's only the 4-man dungeons that count for that. And actually, the way that it works is if you hit the cap, then you're blocked from using the duty finder for the rest of the day. But if you do 99 dungeons and then just not do any more dungeons, then you're fine. It's really weird. That was actually how I did the Realm Reborn relic grind, by the way. Did the whole thing in a day. Every time there was a step where you could do it with dungeons, I didn't. If it was an option to do it another way, I did it another way. Because if you do it with dungeons, you will run out of dungeons to do in a day. And yeah, that is indeed legend. I had a long history with WoW. And Waters of Draenor refugee. Says there was someone in the speedrun Discord recently that hit the dungeon limit because they were resetting cooldown so much. Ha! Bruh. Scribe says, I feel like it would take you too long to actually do 100 dungeons before the daily reset. You'd think that, right? But if you're doing them unsynced, in the context of, like, grinding out on a Realm Reborn relic or something, some dungeons can be done, like, as you saw most of, like, note that the step 2, the Awoken step, is 10 dungeons. That took 40 minutes. Do that 10 times in one day. Boom. Absolutely possible. The key is you get... The 100 dungeon limit is high enough that you can avoid it easily. If you know it's there, you just don't... Like, you just don't do that. Like, you just don't do that. It's basically only... It's mainly there, as far as I know, as a bot precaution. That's it. It's straight up just there as a precaution against bots. So, under normal circumstances, you would never do 100 dungeons in a day. You just wouldn't. Let me see here. What happens if I do this? Okay, that works. I want to have a timer on screen for this next thing, just to see how long it takes. Just to have something to compare to. Actually, Mask, I've heard that the meta strat for the Scholar's weapon for AR is to do Bahamut. As in, yes, coils, because Scholar can do it such that they can, like, get Bahamut to just the HP threshold, then Bahamut does a thing, and then you kill him before that time, like, that mechanic ends. I haven't done it, so I can't speak for how accurate it is, but that's what I've been told. Scholar is one of the jobs that rely on Bahamut for the speed run. Is Blue Mage allowed for this? You can rip through fates. I don't know. Can you get the crystals for that first stage without being the job? Does Sage do more damage than Scholar? Sage has more upfront burst than Scholar, yes. I'm just gonna start the timer when we start on the fate stuff. Should be able to, as I did one Sonus Gunbreaker. I would have to, like, check my Blue Mage stuff to actually do it. It's been a while since I've used Blue Mage or something like this. Oh. How can people level multiple jobs together and manage all together at the same time? It's a little bit of chaos, let's just say that. Are you allowing yourself to do it? I mean, my whole idea is to just show how it's done. You know, there is something funny to this, is that you can hand in relics for this. Like, you can just do that. And it doesn't have to match the weapon. Like, actually. So you could be like, well, I don't want to do the grind for specifically the Dark Knight weapon. You could do that. Because you can just hand in our Realm of Bond relics and then you get the materials. They don't care. Let's see. Is it every zone? Is it Churning Mists, Sea of Clouds, Azizla, Western Highlands, Dravanian Forelands, Dravanian Hinterlands? Oh, 1 second while I remember. Whoop. Yes, it's every zone. Fantastic. Sometimes it'll be like there's one random zone that is not allowed. Excuse me, did I never put Blue Mage? Or am I blind? You're doing a third relic? I'm specifically starting a third relic to demonstrate how you do the first step that I've never done. I've skipped it every time. I straight up don't have Blue Mage on this. Oops. Whoops. Right. I have Pull, fantastic. And Stotram is also one that I want. Do I have everything on my pass? Don't need Dragon Force, though. What would I rather want than Dragon Force? I don't need Mighty Guard for this, and I don't... You know what, let's take Blood Drain just to be sure. I don't think Missile is needed. This is gonna look really weird the next time I pull out my Blue Mage. I'm like, why is my toolkit like this? Oh, right, Chocometeor. Why am I grabbing Sonic Boom? Sonic Boom! Where is my whistle? Can I fit Breath of Magic? The vibe check? I do, yes. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Yep, I have everything on my bars. I think this should do. I just need to find a DPS to copy. Number 100? Oh, yeah, that is a good point. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Incoming people. Fantastic. Let's start with Western Highlands. Thank you. I forgot to summon my Chocobo. I also didn't just use Ram's voice because I realized I didn't know where my Ram's voice was when I entered combat. Oh, we straight up failed. Fantastic. Great start, guys. Timeout. Oh, they're over here now. Whoops. Come back! Stop running! Come back! You must die! I don't think I need to do this. She does a lot of damage. Yeah, I also realized I don't actually have Moon Flute on. there's one that doesn't have a lot of time left. We should be able to do it. What class in WoW did you spend the most time on? Death Knight, Monk, Druid, Tank in all cases, by the way. Warlock is also kinda up there, but often much less, simply because you can't tank. The one expansion where my first character was Warlock was Mr. Pandaria, where Warlock actually did have a niche glyph you could use to become a tank. The problem is that it was designed from the start to fail, because you couldn't actually tank with it. The taunt didn't work. I have raised this complaint in the Discord community server before. Really stupid. DPS says, is it considered fine to use previous grade potions in non-serious situations? If it's not current content, it's probably fine. I was promised a 33% drop rate. What is this? Oh, hi! Surprise yak! A surprise yan! Oh no. Yoink! I'm assuming that it appears. It would be really funny if I just kept farming and it turned out that the item was in my inventory all along. Oh, that one is ending. That particular one I should watch to learn Viper better. I mean, I have a 7.2 Viper guide. Like, specifically a guide for that one. Just make sure you watch the 7.2 version. It should have 7.2 in the title. And in case you know your zones, the thumbnail happens to be in Underkeep. Thank you, Ilana. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't put a link in the chat. That's only mods and me. Because bots like to use those. Alright, Legend. Enjoy your evening. Hey, there it is. Next zone. Let's do Sea of Clouds. But yeah. For anyone that needs to hear it, could you make it so members can put links? I don't think I can, but that is an interesting point. I want bots to become members. You know that now. That is the galaxy brain. Oh, that was fast. Next up, let's go to Dravanian Forelands. Just gradually increase. Thank you, Ardell. Our amazing elf. Thank you so much. Is it just two? Huh? 2 bears! That would be pretty galaxy brain if you could do that. Suddenly you get member. Well, see, the problem is I wonder if they would just find ways to like get a refund. Then you have a completely different problem. Or well, I guess YouTube does. Apparently, they now we're getting the luck so that we can get caught up. Something that not to say that that's wrong, Shaq. It's absolutely right. I do want to mention that sometimes you can end up completely paralyzing yourself at doing some sort of grind by being too focused on, well, I could do this and this and this and this and this together. So indeed, you can also do part of the Shadowbringers Relic grind at the same time. Sounds about right. Just, you know, remember that it's an option. But you may not do anything if you get too caught up in making sure you can do everything. Get over here! To the as I came. Whoop. Scribe says, I hear a lot of rumors about 8.0 being a job identity expansion. What do you think that would realistically look like? We can't possibly know. I've basically gotten to the point where I'm like, they have said that this expansion is very focused on like encounter design. And people can see indeed that this expansion has had some big revelations in the case of like encounter design and such. But admittedly, let's see it before we believe it on the job design. I don't know what it could possibly be. So I want to let's see it. And let's not sell the skin before the bear is shot, as it were. Which in other words means we can think it could be anything, but we can't possibly know. And let's not get caught up in expecting something before we know what we're dealing with. I would rather be surprised. Oh, again, quickly. Let's do Asisla, and then finish with the one outside Idleshire. Do you know where these rumors come from? The rumors come from the fact that back before Dawntrail, there were like some announcements about about coming up job design stuff, but like basically, I believe it sources back to Yoshi P. The problem is that it's very vague, so a lot of the rumors can have been greatly exaggerated. It could be anything. It could be they removed 2 minute raid buffs, like 2 minute cooldown raid buffs. It could be that they completely rework how all jobs work. It could be that it could be none of those things. It basically, let me put it like this: the big job design overhaul could be just as much an overhaul as the rework of the quote unquote rework of Dragoon. Which, they basically promised for whole Endwalker, they were like, yeah, Dragoon is getting reworked the next expansion. And then when it really came to it, they were like, nah, actually, we didn't want to change that much. So they didn't change that much. Like, after they had looked it over, they came to the conclusion they didn't want to change that much, so they didn't. It could be that. It could also be more than that. It could be less than that. It could be anything. So we can't possibly know. I would like it if they took a big, a big look, like a good hard look at, is this where they actually want to go? Because I feel like a lot of jobs are like getting painted into a corner with the current design. In my opinion. But other people like it like this. Like, same thing, I have made a video discussing how I don't feel like the healer design in the game at present is very good. It seems to work well for Savage and Ultimate. Like, there it kind of works, but for basically all other content, could use a little something. And considering that Savage and Ultimate is a very, very small part of all of the content, that's not good design. But other people love the way healers work, even in the easier content. So, you know, who knows? Who knows what's best? It's mostly opinion, right? Yeah. And yeah, you can't please everyone. Like, arguably, the players that are playing the current healer design should have a pretty big say in how it should go. They're playing the current version, right? And if the healer design gets reworked, then they're the ones that lose what they like. But it is a good question, Scribe. It's a very good question. But we basically, we don't know. We don't know. That is ultimately the problem, is that it could mean anything. Which is why I'm basically saying, don't get your hopes up, because they will probably not be met. But don't lose hope, because there's at least something to look forward to. But it's the same thing I said with Beastmaster. They announced Beastmaster before Dawntrail released. It's slated for 7.5, and we knew that when they announced it. And they knew that when they announced it. And because it has taken so long, it's very likely that a lot of players have, like, built up expectations that are impossible to meet. Say my song. Hope you're doing well. Hey, what? Huh? And yeah, basically that's also what I'm saying, Asymmetricon. I'm not saying expect something bad. I'm basically saying don't try to not expect anything, actually, is pretty much where I'm going with this. Because if you don't expect much, then you will not be disappointed. But if you specifically expect a lot, then you will definitely be disappointed. Because as you expect a lot, as time passes, you will build this up in your mind, and then suddenly you're expecting a lot, and then it'll be impossible for them to meet your expectations. And that's also not very good. Oh, there's one near us. I would also say a lot of people are like, oh man, I hope they make this job into this old version of the job. Considering 14's track record, I'm willing to suggest that it is incredibly unlikely that they will walk back a job to a previous iteration. So, for your own sake, don't expect that. You'll probably be disappointed. And there's also something to be said there, Scribe, that it's not so much people wanting the jobs to be completely different. In my case, a lot of the times, I'm like saying it could be better. Like, more of this, but better. And a key thing, the reason why I have a little bit of a gripe with the 2-minute burst is that a lot of the things where I'm like, this could be better, is like, but it can't when the 2-minute burst exists. You could have jobs with super intricate burst rotations and whatnot, but the only prevailing design in the current space of 14 is, yeah, but it has to have like its high point every 2 minutes on the dot. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And that leaves very little room, in my opinion. So I'm not saying they should change everything. I'm just saying that they should let that some things can go to make space for cooler things. Life of Brain. Consider the following, by the way. Granted, random chance, it could be one duty each, or rather one fate each, but consider how the whole relic today took like an hour and a half. And the first step we skipped so far is like 24 minutes just added on top. Good luck, Zaf. So maybe that helps to like just a little bit put into perspective the sheer amount of time we're saving with the prep work. Personally, I think if I was doing this step as well for the relic, I would probably have counted this as something that that I would have to do as part of the speedrun, because I would never do this just for the lulz. This is not something you do by accident just while you're doing other stuff. This is not something you collect in the off time. This is something you actually have to sit down, nose to the grindstone, and actually farm it. So I wouldn't count this as something you can do on the off time. However, when I did the AR step, I kinda did. So I would probably, because there's RNG involved, I would probably have taken more into account that this takes time. And then just done it off stream. Because it would be really, really awkward to spend like 40, 50 minutes or an hour on this. Just because it's random. And yeah, also the prep work could be an entire different relic. It's really funny. And speaking of another relic, consider that with the amount of time that the Realm Reborn relics take, you could make, if you have all the prepared items, you could make like 5 or 6 Heavensward relics in the time it takes to make one Realm Reborn relic, with prep time not included. Ow! Gonna test something real quick. Okay. Sometimes, for no reason, these bosses can sometimes be stunnable. But yeah, I am very curious of what is going to happen with 8.0. But as I said, anything can happen. We don't know. Hey, Fenbon, hope you're doing well. Is Blue significantly faster clearing fates than regular jobs under level 80? Yes. Almost always. There are sometimes exceptions with level 80 fates, specifically. Because of a gear and such. But most of the time, straight up, just flat out yes. Blue is a strong at soloing stuff, at doing fates in the open world, at soloing stuff, at all that jazz. I specifically remember when Blue Mage was still in Heavensward levels, that the Machinist was better in the Dravanian hinterlands, I believe. You know, the zone outside Idlechair? Like, basically any zone where you sync to level 60 for all of the fates, Machinist was better. Because Machinist didn't get synced to, like, they would get synced to, like, level 62 or something. And then, you know, massive gear difference. So for the same reason, if you can find some fates that sync you to like level 81 or 82 or so, then Blue Mage probably won't win those. But it kind of has to be the whole zone for it to be worth. Because you have to switch back and forth, then Blue Mage, like, each time you switch to Blue Mage, you have to, like, find someone to Aetherial Mimicry if you're alone, like, unless you're not alone. I love it when the enemies are spaced out so far that it's really hard to round them up. Oh, whoops. Are you for real, man? Why? Run! Scatter! Scary and scatter! They came straight from doing Hades, I think. Nah. Don't mind me, I'll go that way. Scouting party meets the Warrior of Light. The social distancing. Wow. Where are they spawning? What? Oh, down there, okay. How did we get in combat with you when you didn't get dragged? Where's the boss? Huh? Oh, he's coming. Shout out to the 2 fates this area had. In this area that are just like 5 mini bosses that you can use insta-kill a missile on to kill them. I don't know which one that is. Hey! Now, idle share, and then we have to step out. Scribe, the trick there is that the gatherers have an ability that makes them basically invisible for mobs. As long as they're within a certain level range. Or as long as they're like at most 5 levels under the mobs, then unless you specifically run over and direct an AoE on the fissure, then they're not in danger. But that is, by the way, that is the important detail, is that hypothetically, you could just, like, aggro something, and then, like, run over and point a telegraph on the fissure, and they will probably not be able to dodge. But then, obviously, you're the jerk. If you do that. I know, Shaq. I specifically am glancing at the time for that. 50 minutes, if it came to that. But I had plans to be done before that. Don't you worry. The whole point of me starting stream early is so that I'm sure that I'll make it. The bears spawn further and further north. Are you serious? One of them just got smushed up against a tiny tree. We're farming Necron Extreme. The bear plants his claws in the tree to not be pulled. Really? Really? You're gonna do us like that, huh? Hey! Not Broy. If even that is your real name. Take this. I have the high ground. Based on where they're spawning, it looks like it actually ran there to have the high ground. That's my online alien. And now they're just coming down. Fantastic. You know, the saddest ones are the ones that are like mobs in the area that just get sucked up into the whirlwind that is Hydropole. Why are you so far away? Why do you spawn in Narnia? Aslan is not here. Why? No, that's some galaxy brain over here. Imagine if I had started the speedrun, the relic speedrun with this. The weirdest part in all this is that this feels more time consuming than the 10 dungeons in a row. But we've just passed the time it took to do that step. And it's simply, pretty sure, it's just because random. Feels a lot more time consuming when you don't know when you're finished. And also, to be fair, we have passed the time it took. There we go! The game heard it. Oh, sorry, we're wasting too much time. Oops. Also, thank you for the help, Agent Monica. Hopefully you also had the quest, and hopefully you got some of the crystals too. Also, IFC, hope you're doing well. Hey, Kaj, hope you're doing well as well. Right, Tremere. Enjoy your evening. There we go. Very nice. That was actually everything that I wanted to do on the stream. I had two relics prepared with everything ready to go for both of them. And I had the anticipation that maybe it took less time than expected. And if that was the case, then we can do the crystal farms, like actual step 1. So that we're here, like so that we have done this step, because I have 3 finished Heavensward relics now, and this is the first time I do that step, because every time I have incidentally also 3 finished AR relics. Now I have 0, but they count as finished. But it does explain a lot, because I do recall when we finished the first Heavensward relic, I believe I spent the rest of that stream just going, well, I have actually a Paladin relic that isn't quite finished, but it's pretty far, and just finished that too, like an Realm Reborn relic. Because I'd already passed, like, the tome step or something. But yeah, that was it. That was the plan. Apparently you can, if you have prepared everything beforehand, and notably, if you have some friends to work the light step to save some extra time, you can finish a Heavensward relic, specifically the work part of it, in about an hour and a half. If you don't have friends to help you with it, I anticipate that the light farming step probably would take maybe an additional 20 minutes. I saw someone mention that it took them a minute and a half to do A9S alone. Telemark says 55 to 60 minutes solo Astrologian. Oh, yeah, that could be a lot longer then. And of course it depends on the job as well. If you're doing it on a job that doesn't really have any burst, then it's going to be pretty rough. But the burstier the job, the better. But my recommendation there is, if you have some friends, to see if, like, either convince them to also work on some Heavensward relics so you can do the light farm together, or if they help you, it doesn't take more than like 15 minutes. If they just help you. And that's like about 15, maybe 20 minutes. It's so fast that if you have a really slow job at it, you could do it faster by just taking turns carrying. But that's probably not the fastest. Just do both of your relics together. It's probably the fastest for everyone involved. Anyway, if you would like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. It's usually updated Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room. You get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. So it's an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like, follow, subscribe, become a member, super chat, cheater, all that goodness. If you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link out. I'll post it right there in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be all from me tonight. So we'll probably raid someone on Twitch in a moment. But that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.